everyone. Welcome into this slightly different, or should I say very different, stream idea for today. Um, I want to try something a bit new for a number of reasons, which you will hear about now. I want to try something that I've flirted with the idea in the past, half jokingly, half curiously, and kind of interestedly, which is a sleep stream or a napping stream or some kind of stream that's a little less talky, more catching some Z's type beat. Um, I want to do this for a number of reasons. One, I'm fucking tired. I'm sleepy. Your girl is eepy, guys, and what better way to cure that than actually sleeping, like for real, not pretending, not performing, like genuinely sleeping. And secondly, because recently we've been talking about what it means to, care about numbers online and how you can kind of drive yourself a little bit crazy following the trends, like watching your analytics like a hawk, and just in general trying to stay, on that kind of hedonistic treadmill. And so doing something like this is not recommended for analytics because there's no engagement or interaction. You're literally just not responding to anyone and kind of doing your own thing. But I wanted to do it for exactly that purpose, to teach myself that it's not the end of the world. And, like, this is essentially my channel. I can do what I want. I can, do things that might flop. I can do things that solely interest me, and it's okay. And so that's me talking to myself because I think if you let your anxieties start guiding what you do, then you've sort of lost a bit of the enjoyment and the passion. And I don't think in general it's a good idea to be governed by fear in general. And so doing something a little bit different today. And so you guys saying I look tired. This is just my normal face. So that's just I don't know. I don't know if that's good or bad, but yeah, I have my sleeping mask here. Ding. Because I'm going to keep the lights on and stuff like that. And I'm going to let Monokuma look after you guys. This gentleman, who's, I don't know if he's still giving me trouble or not. I've not been sleeping that well still, but that's just kind of my life. So it's hard to tell if he's to blame or if it's just my normal self. He's going to be on this chair and I'm going to move it back so you can see him. And we're going to have nice rain sounds on, copyright-free rain sounds on in the background. So you guys are also invited to nap, sleep, relax, unwind. Maybe it's a nice studying background music or something like that. I would have brought Pat Thick. I can actually have Pat Thick on the screen, but I still don't have him here. He's at my mom's house. And so, yeah, we're going to try it. I don't know how long, because 4 hours is a long time to nap. 4 hours is essentially like a short sleep. So maybe I'll spend some of the time napping and then the rest I'll just get up and chat with you guys. Or I may be a bit sneaky and you might see me join the chat from my phone because I'm going to have my phone because I'm going to sleep down there. So I'll have my phone with me and maybe it'll be like a different mode of streaming. It's like the streamer is in the stream, but it's like secret subterfuge, something like that. And so I'm still going to have all my alerts on. And if my computer crashes, which I hope it doesn't, but every time I play a long video, for multiple hours, the chances of my computer crashing go very, very high. I will try to listen out for it in amidst my sleeping, because I'll be able to hear the rain sounds too. So if it just suddenly stops, I'll be like, oh shit, looks like my stream crashed. And so in the past, I've tried to play jazz music in the background of my streams. And there's something about playing a video for that long that my computer does not really like, but we'll see how we go this time. And yeah, I have not much else to say besides that. I feel like it'll be fun no matter what happens, and I'm trying not to think about the numbers afterwards, if it's going to be terrible or something else. But if you think about it, like, I'm going to try and operate as if, like a lot of big streamers, like a lot of big banks, they're too big to fail. So no matter what they do, it's like, it's chill. And so, yeah, we're going to see how we go. And I'm sure if someone like fucking Amaranth or whatever was sleeping on stream, it would not hurt her numbers. But anyway, that's a whole other thing. So this is the sound. I want you guys to tell me if it's too loud or too quiet. And if it makes you want to pee or not, because maybe we can change that. There's also meditation music. It's a little loud. All right. How about that? And it's meant to go for 3 hours. Oh, it's meant to go for 5 hours. So hopefully I don't sleep in too much and forget that I'm meant to wake up in like an hour or two. And so this is just going to be, you're going to see this room. You're going to see this guy. And you'll probably see me back there. Like, it's not totally opaque. And yeah, I might be in the chat. You never know. So make sure, oh yeah, we're going to do affirmations before that so I don't forget. And also make sure that you save your cherries so like you don't redeem anything because I won't be able to see it. And I want to make sure that I don't miss anything. I can check afterwards in case anyone comes in later and doesn't realize. But maybe I'll put a little chat as well saying that Emmy is sleeping. Oh, the flipped screen. That's fucked. Yeah, the flipped screen. Thank you for reminding me. Emmy is sleeping. I'll just like put that over there. And oh yeah, I'll show you guys the fit as well. So this is the fit for today. It's kind of basic, like just a nice casual shirt with some blue jeans. Rips in my jeans because, you know, I'm a cool kid. And I knew someone was going to say sleeping in jeans is crazy work. It really is. And I have no excuse. I literally have no excuse. I'm lazy. And I just picked up the first pair of pants that I found and put them on. And so, I don't know if you guys can see the shirt. It's cute. Very cute. The Charlie Brown characters walking across Abbey Road. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this color scheme really suits me. Like the dark green and like the kind of denim blue. For some reason, I think it kind of washes me up. But I like the shirt so much that I don't care. You know, I'm going against my color season and just saying fuck it. And then of course we got this. So you can see that I'm wearing lip balm, but I'm not wearing any other makeup because I didn't want to put this on and like smudge all my eyeliner. That would have been avant-garde. Because yeah, I just wanted to be as kind of laid back and as sleepover like as possible. So also I'm probably going to mute my microphone for no other reason than I just want to like get rid of the ambient noise so you guys can chill out in the same way that I am. And I'll push the microphone away as well like this. So this is what it will kind of look like. Shit. Wait. He's so small. What the fuck? Wait. Let me bring this back around just for a sec. He's so small. I literally thought, yeah, this is gonna work. He's gonna be the like in the full screen. Unless. What the fuck? Oh shit. I guess I should have him closer then. Yeah, okay. We're cooking right now. Just give me a sec, guys. Can use like some way to stand him up. I did not plan this far ahead, guys. I need to like have him right here. That would be ideal, right? Fuck, what the hell do I do? Alright, you know what? Let's just do our affirmations first, and maybe Amy Walker, we'll give him it will give me and him some insight. Yeah, I need my dragons to hold him up. I gave all my dragons back to my mum. Alright. That's fucking crazy. I literally didn't expect him to be that small, like, against a chair. It just goes to show how small he actually is. Anyway. That's fucking funny. Let's see, what am I doing? Affirmations, because I didn't want anyone to miss out. It's very likely that later on I'll forget or like just be too groggy. So we're doing early affirmations today. For anyone that needs to hear it, especially for myself and Monokuma here, this probably is the earliest affirmations that we've ever done. Like we're 10 minutes in, and yes, Emmy is eating. It's exactly right. We're doing this now, so no one can say, "Emmy, you forgot the affirmations," because I'm never gonna live that one time. I'm never gonna live down that one time where I did actually genuinely forget. So, yes, I also really need these sea lockets. So, without further ado, yes, you are. You are ready. You are equipped. You are connected. You are unique. You are gorgeous. You are loved. And my personal favorite, you are alive. So thank you for joining me here today, for having a bit of a sleepy time with me. But more importantly, for being here on this earth in general. I know firsthand that it's not always easy. It's not always pleasant. Sometimes it barely seems possible, but it is very, very important. And I and Monokuma believe that we can make life good for one another. So I think that's worth sticking around for. So, Melody's welcome in. It's so crazy. Oh, by the way, before we start this little experiment, I just want to say something. It's funny how in the time that I took my extended break, like, you know, the little hiatus I took where I was gone for like a week and then I came back for a day and then went away for a week as well, like, I swear Germa has been live like every single time that I've been away. And it's so funny because like when I first started streaming, he went into retirement and it's like this missed connections like 24/7. It's very funny to me, and he's live right now. I wanted to share this story with you guys. So yesterday when I wasn't streaming, I was just like at my computer, just like chilling, and so I was like, oh, let me just tab up a few friends. And so I was lurking in Jen's stream, and she was like doing this really cool game where she was like dancing, and I also had German tabbed up. And because I like to have the volume like just up a tiny bit so I can still hear what's going on, it sounded like there were multiple voices in my head just like talking to me, because I had like Jen's stream going and I had Germa's stream going. Both people were talking, and like, you know, it was like crazy and hectic, and I was like, I'm actually going crazy. And yeah, they had very different vibes, but I wanted to hear both, and so I had a fun, if not slightly crazy, making time, like just having an ear in either corner essentially. And so anyway, he's been very active recently, and I don't know what to make of that. Is he coming out of his retirement arc? Who knows? Do I still maintain my claim from last stream, which is that I want to try and raid someone new every time now, to just like kind of branch out a little bit more, because I don't know, I just feel like it's something that could be really fun to just get to see new people every time we raid out. So yeah, it's definitely a slow burn. And Cody, I must not have seen your greeting. I kind of just like said hello, I'm lurking, and then I just like, you know, went off to do my own thing. I had them both in the background, but yeah, it was just very funny because like, I don't know, this romance, it's really one for the ages, I think. He was going to quit, but then he saw your poems. It's funny because he was also really like interactive with his chat. Like he was reading out stuff from his chat. He was doing voices and being silly, and I was like, this is the German that I know and love. And I was like, I got too shy to talk in anyone's chat. I was just like, oh, I was getting too flustered. And so, yeah, he was talking about how someone tried his like Burger King order or something and said it was mid, and he was like, he was like affronted and offended by that. He's like, how could you say that it's mid? Anyway, I just remember listening to that and laughing. I didn't even purple heart that time. I was just like lurking, and the fact that he's live right now is something again that I'm just trying not to think about. I'm glad that he's been more active. I wonder, yeah, I hope it lasts. But we're doing something very inactive, I suppose. We're going to be sleeping together, question mark. And I don't even know how long for. It's, we're kind of taking this, like, step by step. And, he's playing Dark Souls right now, so you know he's into painful. Oh, good lord. Guys. I'm actually, like, not kidding, about to actually sleep. So, please don't put those lascivious ideas into my head. Or do. No, don't. No, okay. And, I'm inviting you guys all to have a chilled out, relaxing time with me, to sleep or nap or just otherwise unwind. Like I said, I've been reading a lot more recently too. And the reasons why I'm going to sleep or nap, I mentioned earlier, but essentially I want to try it out. I want to experiment a little bit. And also I am tired. That's like a non-negligible part of it too. And so yeah, we're having a sleepover, and who knows, you guys might see me like pop into the chat a bit later if I wake up and get bored. As what I've been reading, it's kind of cliche, but I've been reading Oscar Wilde again, and also I've been trying to read at least one short book a day. So I actually read Macbeth for the first time yesterday, which is funny because it seems someone like me should have already read that back in high school. But when I was in high school, I was in the advanced literature class, and we didn't read the classics. We were focused on stuff like meta language and like prosody and all that stuff. And so it kind of like, some of Shakespeare's best and brightest kind of missed me. So it went over my head. And so I finished Macbeth in like a couple hours, and I really, really enjoyed it. I also have been reading some kind of more abstract experimental poetry. Like, you know, you guys know Gertrude Stein, surely, who's like the kind of like the Picasso of literature in what she wrote. Kind of reading that sort of style. And yeah, I'm hoping to continue this trend because I've never felt as mentally healthy as when I spend the majority of my day reading. Because instead of spending the majority of my day playing video games or on my phone, it just feels like a breath of fresh air, and it's a bit like a workout for your brain, I think. And so, speaking of workouts, I've also been going back to the gym. You know, girls like this don't just happen, guys. And it's like I'm feeling like getting just my shit slightly together. And so, yeah, we'll see how we go with that, because it's easy to be excited, like to keep that excitement going in its infancy, but then yeah, it's also quick to burn out if you're not careful and diligent. So I'm going to try and keep this streak going of reading and gymming and sleeping right. So we're going to try it now. I still don't know what to do with this guy. To love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. I totally agree. What do I do with this guy? Seriously. Like... This is Emmy brainstorming right now. What the fuck? Tape him to the ceiling? I want him like right there. Like right there. This is so scuffed. Is he gonna stay? I mean, that's kind of... Oh, wait. Let's see if I can zoom in. And move it down. Or move this up. Shoot. Fuck. No! Why? Wait, where did he go? Okay. Yes. Guys, we're onto something here. That's kind of as good as we're gonna get. And I'm gonna put Patrick up too. Alright. So I'm gonna mute my microphone. Make sure you guys remind me when I come back so I'm not talking for 2 hours to nobody, alright? Um, is this still on? um, I'm like, what year is it? The nap was good. Thank you. I've woken up hungry. So why don't we just keep the sleepy vibes going? I'll make some food and we can come back and chat. I hope Monokuma kept you guys company and didn't give anyone nightmares. He's a cheeky bugger. If this is what you are when you wake up, I can live with it. More or less, more or less. It's very funny. Let's keep the party going. I'm probably gonna make some scrambled eggs, so I don't know, like 10, 20 more minutes. Enjoy your sleepy time. That's crazy because, like, the camera must have froze at some point, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Hey guys, welcome back. Emmy is no longer eeping. Emmy is awake. She's alive. Let's turn this down, but I'm not going to fully turn it off. That was an interesting experience. We're going to talk a little bit about it. The eggs were fantastic. Made them real quick, real nice. The Gordon Ramsay style, but with an Emmy twist. Let me get myself situated here. How was that for you guys? Did you sleep? Did you just have me on in the background? I have, weirdly enough, a lot to say about it. That little experiment of ours. Let me just move this guy up here. We're kind of zoomed in right now, but it's kind of working. It's kind of working for me right now. Let's take this off. A very strange experience. Not unpleasant, but different. And I swear to you guys, my neighborhood has never been as noisy as just then. It's kind of like, well, I had my microphone muted, so you guys didn't really get to hear it, but literally, I have never heard my street so noisy. Like, there were trucks going by, my neighbors were yelling, like, I heard the traffic from the street, like, on the corner, and I was like, what the actual hell is going on? And so, I don't know if maybe I just never paid that much attention to it before, but it was kind of funny to me because it's like, of course, the one time where I'm trying to, like, actually get some purposeful, intentional, legitimate shut-eye is the time where the whole street is just alive. Yeah, it always happens when you try to nap, right? That's always how it goes. And so that was quite funny. I had, like, fits of sleep, I would say. It wasn't one continuous thing. I found that I was kind of tossing and turning a little bit, and I wasn't as freaked out about sleeping on stream as I thought I would be. I guess it's because, like, most of it was covered by, like, the Monokuma and, like, the little Pathic thing. I know some people, when they do sleep streams, like, their whole body is, like, just on display. And depending on which road people go down, it can be more or less salacious, right? Like, whatever you're wearing and stuff like that. But I genuinely wanted to make it about sleep, not like some poorly disguised fetish stream, you know? And so I made everything else the focus, as opposed to just me lying there. And so it was, like, easy enough to feel like, okay, I'm safe enough to just doze off, right? And because of that, like, I found it relatively alright. But in terms of just, like, the excitement that I feel from, like, talking with you guys, or, like, just the thought of streaming in general, that's what made it the most difficult to actually stay asleep. I think I woke up a few times and just, like, I don't know, kind of wondered, well, should I get up now or should I just keep trying to sleep? Eventually, it was just like, I'm fully fucking awake right now. So, I don't know how long that was. Like, we're at 2 hours now, but we were talking for a bit, and then I also went to make some food. So, like, you think an hour or so? And yeah, about an hour. That's so weird. I was wondering for a slight moment there, like, what is my actual life? Because it's pretty cool to get to do stuff like that just for a job, essentially, for your livelihood. And yeah, I was thinking to myself, is this going to hurt my analytics? I mean, probably, but that's the whole point, right? Let's just see what happens, being a bit more experimental, and knowing that we could really go anywhere, do anything we want, and that made me happy. So no matter what it says after this stream's over, like in my back end numbers and all that, I think it's a worthwhile experiment, and one that we might revisit in the future, probably when we get to stuff like the 24-hour stream. If I really can't stay up a minute longer, I'll just be like, alright guys, quick nap time, and then we'll get right back to the fun. So that's cool. I feel like it's really weird to think that as soon as I actually put into place what I wanted to do, I suddenly wanted to stay. As in, after I was telling you guys what I wanted to do, after chatting with you all, I was kind of like having fun chatting. And so I kind of wanted to stay chatting. But before I started streaming, while I was still waking up and, struggling to get up, I was like, oh, I wish I could keep sleeping. And so I think that points to something. It's more about inertia than anything else. Like, whatever I'm doing at the current moment in time, I want to remain doing, if that makes sense. Whether it's chatting, sleeping, gaming, reading, I don't like it when my flow is interrupted, essentially. And that's a good data point, I think. It's good to know. Let me change it back to just chatting, by the way. Just chatting. Here. And so that's kind of told me that it's less about what I actually am doing, and more about like kind of pushing through that inertia. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm not as lucid coming out of a nap than usual. But yeah, it's kind of like, the transition. I'm glad you get what I'm saying, Cody. It's like there's something about having to change tack or change direction that sometimes feels too energy demanding to be worth it in a way. And that tends to stop me from doing certain things because I'm already on one track. A girl's got a one-track mind sometimes. And that's not to say that I wouldn't enjoy doing the other things that I had planned or any number of things that I would want to do. But it's just more about like the actual energy expenditure and being like, damn, I really want to do that other thing, but I'm doing this thing right now and I don't really want to change. And so to be cognizant of that, I think, is a good idea, because then you can kind of check in with yourself and be like, okay, well, how arduous is it really going to be if I decide to do something different? Because I think I can build it up in my head as being a lot more tiring than it actually ends up being. Riku, welcome in. You just woke up too? That's perfect. We're waking up together then. And so, yeah. I don't know if that is anything. That's just something that I noticed. I remember when I was younger, when I was living still with my parents, and I used to be like writing my little stories and poems on my old computer, my old laptop, if you can believe it, older than this one. And sometimes like my mom would be like, all right, Emmy, it's bedtime, gotta get you to bed. And I'd be like, no, Mom, please just give me half an hour more, because I'm still writing this chapter of this story. And like, it felt to me like physically painful to be removed from whatever it was I was doing, because I was just like in that zone, you know what I mean? In that state where you just feel like everything's flowing, and being ripped away genuinely felt like it was a physical pain. And so sometimes she would oblige me, other times she'd be like, no, you really need to get your ass in bed. And so, it was kind of like however merciful she was feeling on that particular day. But that little traces of that have remained, I think. That attitude has remained in my life, in my person. And yeah, I guess that's why I tend to be a creature of habit, because I like doing things that I've already done, sticking with them and not changing track too often. You guys know me with my favorite movies, favorite games, favorite books, enjoying them over and over again. It's like, it seems to fit that pattern, if that makes sense. And I'm realizing now that, sure, it's comforting, but I wonder if it's been slightly detrimental, like in terms of broadening one's horizons. And so that's why I'm kind of trying to do these little experimental streams, but also in my just general life, trying to read different books, listen to different kinds of music, when I have time to watch different shows and movies. Though I've been doing this thing where I don't look at any screens if I can after 8 p.m. So I have to do all my TV watching or computer game playing before 8 p.m. because after that it's lights out, I guess you could say. And I spend the evening winding down with reading or just chatting with like my family if I'm over at my mum's house, etc. And it's it's been very helpful so far. So I'm sticking with it, seeing how we go. And you know, literally at this point, anything to help with my sleep. Yesterday, it's weird, I didn't really sleep well or poorly. I just slept like neutrally, and when I woke up it didn't feel like I'd slept at all, so I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. But I definitely wanted a bit extra, so yeah, it's definitely a common thing in neurodiverse individuals. I feel like for me it's been something that I've kind of grappled with my whole life. Not just sleep, but difficulty with transitions. And I've tried not to be too bratty about it, like begging my mum to let me stay up. But, you know, I think now that I'm an adult and I live on my own and I can make my own rules, like it's less, like there's less of a chance of kind of like catching yourself in bad habits because there's no one around to tell you, no, Emmy, go to bed, or like you should do this now instead of playing games for 4 hours straight. And so yeah, it's interesting. I think a lot of this stuff is maybe part of the growing pains of also just living on your own, or even if you have like a roommate or whatever, the growing pains of moving away from like your family, like your, you know, initial support system, people that have authority over you. Because, you know, even if you live with a roommate and they can look out for you in a normal roommate / friendly way, but they're not going to be parenting you. They're not going to be telling you like, you know, you should eat your vegetables and stuff unless they're really concerned. And I think that's a bit of, it takes adjusting. Funnily enough, perhaps ironically enough, it's a form of transition in and of itself. And yeah, it's like people just get used to it, which is interesting. I've not heard many people talk about getting used to it, but surely they must. And so, yeah, for me, I think I'm still in that awkward, like, growing pains phase, essentially. And so, yeah. In terms of streams in the future, I want to try more experimental stuff. I want to start thinking outside the box a little bit and kind of follow in the footsteps of some of my streaming inspos. You guys know some of them. Thinking about like Germa's avant-garde stuff, some of the events and all that. Obviously I don't have the means currently to do any big event like that, but on a smaller scale and like with the same sort of spirit as those big like Dollhouse streams or like the circus streams or even Ludwig and what he's done in the past, like I think it's the creator dodgeball and stuff and like the Jeopardy style shows. To do stuff that's like really pushing the boundaries of what Twitch can do is really cool. I think I need to get my creativity into gear to be able to go down that path. And perhaps enlist in the help of some fellow creative friends or even non-creative friends that might be willing to help me and indulge me and be on my stream, like you've seen my cousin and my sister and all that. I do think I really enjoy playing the part of the hostess. Maybe there's something to unpack there, but I think besides just being very genuinely fun, there's something really relieving about having, like, I guess you would call it a co-host, not just my little Pat Thick here. It's like you have someone to bounce ideas off of, someone to fill in the dead air if I'm stuck thinking of what to say, and just a bit of visual and auditory variety, which I think can never really go astray. And also, I just really am interested in people. Like, I'm curious about them and want to share them with the world, want to sing their praises, and kind of introduce good people to good people. And so that's been kind of something that I really got a kick out of with the guest streams that we've had. I'm very lucky to know some very wonderful people, and like, it's been a pleasure systematically getting to introduce you to them, widening the scope of like what you guys know about my world little by little. I think it's kind of nice. And yeah, I want to do that a bit more. Of course, we've got our outfit challenge going on too. Maybe we'll have some more challenges in the future. Who's to say? I haven't thought of any, so we'll see. And now that we're rating random people every stream, that's gonna introduce a little bit of like Russian roulette-ness to the end of the streams too. Because, you know, I'm going to take a bit of a leap of faith. I'm going to do a very slight vetting beforehand, just like check over someone's channel and make sure it's all okay. But we're going to be going in pretty blind. And we could make a very good friend through that process. At least I hope so. Not all of them are going to be winners. Like, I think sometimes we'll probably end up rating into someone and it's just kind of like, that's where it ends. But I think in general, it's a nice way to do like a soft form of networking, but also like just kind of spread the love, as cheesy as that sounds. And yes, we'll also visit old friends too. But I think the majority, like if we're going percentages, maybe 80-20 or 90-10, because yeah, I think I'm really in a new era of like freshness and newness, if that makes sense. So still hold some love for the OGs though, of course. We can't let them go. Visibly welcome in. I should change the title of this stream. Sleepover. What should I change it to? I don't know. Awake over. That's so stupid. Awake with Emmy. Insomnia with Emmy? That's good. I like that. Okay. And so, yeah. That was good. I like that very much. What do I want to do now? I honestly don't know. Because I didn't really know how long I was going to sleep for. So I was like, well, I'll probably sleep for the majority of the stream. So I don't have to plan anything. Not that I typically plan things anymore. But yeah. I'm just like, fuck. Especially now that my brain is still kind of booting up. I'm like, what the fuck do I talk about? Let me think. I was like also flirting with the idea of reading to you guys. Because I was talking about it earlier and how much I've been enjoying it recently. So if I really forget, like if I really don't know what to say, then we can turn to that. I have a lot of books on my to-read list or reread list. And yeah, I'm going to see how many books I can read by the end of the year. Because I've been kind of, not so much cheating, but I've been reading a book a day, but they've been short books, like, you know, that thick. And it makes me feel a sense of accomplishment. I don't know if I'll feel the same way once I start tackling like thicker tomes, but we'll see. I have also been reading a lot of poetry and stuff, and they tend to like fly by. So yeah, we'll see. Reading has been very, what's the word, like nourishing. That's the right one. Because I don't know, you just get this sense of the delightfulness of different worlds and what is actually possible with the English language, I guess in my case. And I think it avoids most of the pitfalls of social media. That sense of like when social media makes you envious or insecure, like you kind of just bypass all of that and you're just thrown into a world of much wonder and joy and sometimes tenseness. And I think the contrast is really what's been standing out. Because like I don't feel like, oh wow, I feel so bad about my life. What the hell? I mainly just think, wow, what a fun little like story that I'm reading. And usually by the end I feel like my life has been enriched rather than, I guess, the opposite, which is how I tend to feel whenever I'm pretty mindlessly just scrolling like YouTube, for instance, or Twitter, which is still one of my big vices. Twitter is, I think, because it has all the hallmarks of seeming like a productive place to be. You know, it's like millions of people's thoughts all in one easy, accessible timeline, right? So it feels like you're being productive because you're technically reading, but I think it's more about the actual content itself. It's usually like panning for gold. Most of it is just rubbish, and then sometimes there's like a really cool like nugget of information or some really cool piece of content, and it makes it feel like all the trolling, it makes it feel worthwhile. But really, I think the return on investment is not so great. Still, it's like a bad habit that I can't kick. And as long as I have Twitter myself, I think I'll still be kind of tied to it. And I like having a Twitter for my like micro poetry and stuff and sharing it with people. So unless it gets really dire, I'm gonna just see if I can behave myself, essentially. And when it comes to YouTube as well, just trying to use it more for my own stuff and like posting and running, essentially. Like not sticking around and like dawdling, because I am prone to sinking hours without thinking into like YouTube shorts or whatever and having retained absolutely none of it. So yeah, reading gets rid of some of that guilt, and I think it's actually like, what's the word? It feels like it's actually teaching me something, even if it's not like an educational book, rather than some of the stuff that I've looked at online, which just feels like pure, I guess, dopamine releasing articles. So, and I welcome in, yeah, we've got the opposite of sleeping, insomnia, I suppose, awakeness, alertness. I definitely need a suite at the non-heartbreak hotel, for real. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's also very funny because I realize I'm on Twitch right now, broadcasting live, talking about social media in a mildly to severely disparaging way. And the irony is not lost on me. Still though, I think there is a way to be more or less intentional about how we use social media. And I'm hoping at least that this place can be a mix of multiple things, you know. So it's not only silly and fun, but maybe also provides some value and doesn't create that like fucking dread-inducing feeling that I personally get when I look at like Instagram or whatever and see people living impossible lives, making me feel bad about my very possible life, you know. Yeah, alive, awake, alert, that's exactly right. And so, yeah, I still haven't fully reconciled the gap between my thoughts on social media and the fact that I am like part of the problem of social media. But I think, yeah, there is a way to have those thoughts intersect without friction. I don't know if I'm there yet, but I believe in it wherever it is. So, Emto, hello. Is that a Mario alert. I mean, what's it called? Emote? That's so cool. Um, yeah, so anyway, I love it. Mario hype. Is that Mario 64? Can't really see, but you got something to help with insomnia. Tell me. I I am the president of the Insomniac Club, as you guys know, though I am trying to demote myself and step down and potentially even leave the club. That's a great one, and I've got my sticky notes here. Because I want to be a relatively, you know, productive, functioning member of society, and my insomnia has, like, kind of prohibited me from that a lot of times. So I do need to find a VP. If anyone would like the role, I'm not sure why you would, hit me up. And we're gonna do a lipstick kiss. Do you have any preferences for the color? I honestly don't have that many colors, but I have got like kind of a pinky fuchsia-y color. I know I have a red. Let me see. Red or anything bright? I got you. Where is it? I've got too much makeup. This is like a Barbie one. They're pretty similar, aren't they? Let's go Barbie girl. My lips are bare currently. I think all my lip balm rubbed off while I was sleeping. And this smells like vanilla dream. And my auntie gave it to me. She bought it for me. So it's a really special one to me. It's really creamy and like velvety. But because it is so velvety and creamy, it's likely to get stuck on one's teeth if you're not careful. So a lot of girls have this trick where they kind of like, they like do that and then they kind of make sure that it's smudged off from the inside portion of their lips. To make sure it doesn't hit on their teeth. There's also a different version where you like full on suck on your finger, but I'm not gonna do that. Alright, let's try this. It dries down quick, so I'm gonna try and do it real swiftly. Ready? Wow. A lipstick kiss for the ages. Do I have a pen? I thought I had a pen here. I swear I had a pen. Because I'm going to sign it and like credit it to you essentially. Literally, what good is a writer without a pen? That's fucked. Alright. And night. Full name, Air Knight 87. Pen acquired, that's right. And I was like, I want to sign it, but I don't really have an Emmy Cherry signature. I've got my actual like legal name signature, and I can't use that, unfortunately. I'll just write Emmy. No. Let's see, can I flip? How do I flip the screen? I can't believe I've forgotten how to do that. Flip horizontal. I know my handwriting is kind of tragic. Thank you for redeeming that. I quite like that. That redeem. And yeah, the this shirt, oh my god. Plushy lips, what can I say? Now my finger is just smudged. Like it doesn't come off, that's the thing. Okay. That's a testament to the actual lipstick. Maybe it's a little too good. What was I saying? I can't really remember. But now that we've started a face of makeup, why don't we keep going? Because it's fun and I get to do something with my hands. So, how are you guys feeling? I'm going to use this white eyeliner on the inside of my eyes, and yes, it feels as weird as it looks. Wow. I've gotten a lot better at that. I used to like blink and make a big fuss about it every time I had to do it. And if someone else tried to do it, I was just like, I was inconsolable. Look at that. Tired but vibing? That's cool. This is a perfect stream for you then. We're taking it really easy today. So the reason why some people do that is because it's meant to make your eyes look a little bit bigger, like brighter. There are different colors you can put on your waterline, of course. Like you can use black, and that makes them look a little bit more like sultry and like seductive, I guess. This is maybe more for a cuter look. And yeah, it is meant to stay there. It depends on the formula, like the formulation of the actual product. Because some of them are a bit more waxy or oily and they come off quicker. Some of them are a little bit more persistent, I guess. And if I were actually doing this on my own, I would have like a mirror pretty close. So I'm kind of using the camera as a mirror, but it's still a bit further back than how most people, I think, would do this. Because, you know, it's a very delicate procedure. You don't want to poke your eye out. You also want a pretty sharp pencil. This could use a sharpening, I think. Does that look different? I don't know. I also bought a new eyeliner because my old ones kept breaking. I don't know why. I'm not that aggressive with it, I don't think. But yeah, I bought a new one. I was at the chemist and I was like, why not? It was the last black one. Usually the black, like the actual fully black eyeliners are all sold out by the time I get there. This was the last one and I can't open it, guys. Yeah, we're going for the manga eye look for real. I remember when I was like a preteen / early teenager, I used to draw those like anime characters in my like school books and they had those big eyes, big spidery eyelashes and stuff. What the hell? I need like a personal eyeliner plastic remover. Yeah, it's like Fort Knox. What the hell? Damn. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, we need my cousin. Alright. This is an inelegant but utilitarian, oh fuck, kind of method. I think last time a similar thing happened to my eyeliner and I kind of just left it like this. Like I opened it halfway and I was like, well, that's the part that I need. And I just left the plastic on the other half. But there is, if you guys can see, if we get up close, there's a sponge in there. And that's good for like smudging the color out a little bit, or like smoking it out if you want it to be less harsh. And so it does actually have a utilitarian function as well. But is it worth it? I don't know. The sponge came off. I need my scissors. Okay. We're getting there, guys. We're slowly but surely getting there. Yeah, the drum roll. I think this is also a similar reason to why I needed to buy a new one. They're kind of flimsily designed. Or like the plastic is stronger than the actual eyeliner itself. Are we getting somewhere? I don't know. This is like the security tag that they put on there to kind of make sure that you don't steal. So they're really serious about that, as you can see. Okay. Jeez. It's like another layer. Holy shit. I don't even know if this is worth it. Now, I do wonder what this would be like for people with accessibility concerns. Because, like, you know, I'm able-bodied, and that was a fucking trial and a half to get this little thing. Which, if I take this off, you can see the sponge. Maybe. If it will focus. Come on, camera. Come on. I think that's as good as it's gonna get. It's like kind of a rubbery material. Anyway, it's not meant to come apart like this. It just being cheeky. It's kind of loose. So once you've put whatever color you want in your waterline, I used white, as you can see. You can go just under that with a different color, and so it looks like your eyes are bigger than they actually are. My hair's messy. Again, I would be a bit closer to a mirror if I were doing this just on my own. This is kind of similar to how I would do it by myself. Depends how big you want to make the flick, you know? Depends what mood you're in. Some people say they draw a wing that's like sharp enough to kill a person. I think, you know, certainly there is a time and a place for that. Oh yeah, to make Cheddar jealous, that's a good one too. Now, I don't usually have a steady hand either, so it's very much like a clasping one arm with another scenario. And then the tricky part of like trying to make them even as well. Oh god, makes me feel weird. Now, some people fill in their eyebrows too. I've always had pretty bushy, straight eyebrows, which depending on who you ask is either a blessing or a curse. It just means that I don't really have to do too much when it comes to filling them in. Unless I want to. Like you can see there's some little gaps. You don't want to make it too blocky, otherwise it can look a little bit like 2016 Instagram makeup. But just depending on like how full you want them to be. Some people also have a little like kind of brush like this that's meant to brush them up. And that makes them a bit more tame. But personally, I don't know if I even like that look. It looks a little bit weird to me. Still, this is what it would kind of look like. Yeah, some people really take it extreme with the brushing up. They go like that. And I personally think that looks a little bit strange. Wow. But you know, if that's someone's preference, that's fine. To me, like, I have basically a pact with my eyebrows that I don't really do too much to them. Like, I leave them alone and they leave me alone. Sometimes I get them threaded, and that's like about as far, that's the extent of my interfering with my eyebrows, because they treat me well enough. And it's very funny. I don't really think about my eyebrows that often, but I remember once I was talking with one of my best friends, Von, who you got to meet on stream a little while back. She was telling me that one of her favorite features about me was my eyebrows. And I thought, that is so sweet and strange. Like, strange in a way where it's like I wasn't expecting anyone to say that. You know what I mean? And so, of course, it's flattering nonetheless. And I was like, that's cool. I guess maybe because they're just so, like, dark and there. They're just so present. You know what I mean? I think maybe that's why. But yeah, in general, I just try not to mess with them too much, because it's like, you do your thing, I'm gonna do my thing, and we kind of have an uneasy alliance like that. But yeah, sometimes depending on my mood, like, I'll take the eyeliner all the way in, like up to there. Like, if you want to go for the more Egyptian, like, pharaonic look, which I think is quite nice. But it depends how smooth and not shaky your hand is. Because for me, like, I'm not trying. Like, this is my... I did go to the gym last night, so my arms are a little bit sore, but I don't have the steadiest hand, essentially. Yeah, it's all about doing things. That's right. And so, if I had the expert precision of like a typical makeup artist and I were feeling bold, I might take it all the way in to the end up here, and even go on the top and around. That's kind of how you see some of the like ancient Egyptian, like in the hieroglyphs and stuff, that's how you see them do their eye makeup, and it's very iconic. And you know, being half Egyptian, I think it's a style that really resonates with me. But if you do it wrong, like if you do it with a shaky hand like I've got, or if you do it too thick or too uneven, it can look really goofy. And so it's like a 50-50 on if you're slaying or if you're really not. Sometimes I quit while I'm ahead, essentially. And something like this, excuse me, is pretty simple. So I'm like, you know what? I've gotten this far. I'm not going to try and wreck it by... by going any further, essentially, with it. And so, you know, it's simple. It's pretty, like, how would I describe it? Like, versatile, as in you could wear it to work, but you could also wear it out to the club. And as for the Eye of Horus, it's very funny. I have actually drawn the Eye of Horus on one of my eyes before as, like, an aesthetic thing. And actually, there's a picture of it on my YouTube account. But yeah, it's just don't start walking like an Egyptian, exactly. It's a cool enough, like, style on its own, and sometimes if I do mess it up, I kind of lean into it and pretend that it's kind of on purpose, and excuse me, pardon me. And what I'll do is I'll like take my fingers and like smudge it out extra so it looks like it's meant to be like that, even though it really wasn't. Thank you, Anne. Now, once you've done eyeliner, I don't know what the order is of other people that do this, but like I tend to do eyeliner first and then mascara. Some people have fake lashes, which, you know, I think is fine if someone wants to have them, but for me, I've never been able to like make them look not weird on my face or even apply them on my own. And so, goodness gracious. This mascara I got from like what you guys would call internationally the drugstore. It was like $2 or $3 or $4, and it really, you can tell, essentially. And I've told this story before of how when one of my cousins was visiting from Greece, kindly, very kindly, she brought over a bunch of gifts for each of the cousins, and she gave me this little Burberry makeup set, like a kind of travel one, so it's like a bit smaller than usual. And inside that set was a little tiny mascara. It was about like, I don't even know if I have a comparison. It was a mascara that was about like this big, which is pretty small compared to most, right? Well, yeah. This is like the difference. And I used it and I was like, oh, surely just because it's more expensive doesn't mean it's actually better. But then I tried and I was like, fuck, this is the best mascara I've ever used. And I wrung that thing dry. Like, I used it until the last drop because I didn't want to say goodbye. And if you guys know, Burberry is quite an expensive brand. Like, it's one of many luxury brands. So I'd never had anything Burberry before, right? And I was like, okay, surely it's not going to be better just because it's Burberry. And I don't think it was just because it's Burberry, but there was something about the formulation that they used, or something about the actual style of the wand. Like, you can see here, sometimes the brushes have different like kind of styles, if that makes sense, like different looks to them. And it just applied the mascara so well. My eyelashes looked so long and defined, and like it wasn't clumpy at all. And now I've been searching for my new favorite because I thought, oh, now that that's run out, let me just get any old mascara will do, right? It's just mascara, it should be fine. This one, I don't know why, but it feels like to me it doesn't curl my lashes as much as the other one used to. And my lashes are pretty straight normally, like they just poke straight out. Maybe that just means I need to get like a proper curler. But I was so spoiled before, I didn't realize how good I had it. Maybe I need to visit Burberry and reclaim my lost love. But yeah, that's the story, guys. And it can look a little bit weird when you're doing this to yourself. A lot of people, there's this meme that some women like open their mouth when they do anything related to their eyes because it kind of like stretches out the skin or whatever. For me, it just depends. And then sometimes that happens too. Oh god. It happens more often than you'd think. Luckily, I think our reflexes are a little bit more robust than we are. So, as for our affirmations, we did do them earlier on, but who knows? If we're feeling like we're in need of an extra boost, we could do them again. We'll see. As for glue-on lashes, I've worn them before when like my sisters put them on me, but I can't, and I have some like just in my, like, you know, my dresses and things, but I can't seem to make them look normal on myself because, I don't know, it just looks too fake, you know? And I think my preference is to get like an eyelash lift, which is when they take your actual eyelashes and they just use this kind of perming solution on them to make them soft, and then they shape them upwards, so it's kind of like taking out the step of having to curl them every time you do your makeup. It's like already curled for you, essentially, like a perm that you'd get with your normal like head hair. But that's also can be expensive and it takes a while, and sometimes the chemicals get into your eyes and it hurts, and yeah, it's like this whole thing. I haven't done it in a while because the place I used to go to was wickedly expensive, and I was like, that's not really like a necessity, Emmy, is it? Like, out of all the things like rent and groceries and paying for petrol, that's probably low on the list of priorities. And so that was one of the first things to go when it came to like how I'm going to schedule my life, essentially, which is a shame because I do feel, I feel like it's an effective, I should say, beautifying practice, you know, if that is important to an individual. Like, it's got a good ROI, as we were talking about before. And I'm one of those girls that prefers to do things like high maintenance in the short term to be low maintenance in the long term. And the classic example of that is kind of like laser hair removal, for example. Like, shaving, I fucking hate shaving. Like, I really detest it. And so I would literally do anything to avoid it. And so getting laser hair removal, yes, it's painful. Yes, it's fucking expensive. Like, it's really fucking expensive. Yes, it's embarrassing depending on what parts you get lasered off. And, you know, it's like basically a very high maintenance thing. But the trade-off is that you never have to shave again, you know, if it's done right, if you've done enough sessions. And so think about what you're actually saving in terms of like razor blades, time and sanity, you know, avoiding like razor burn and like ingrown hairs. Like all of that stuff ends up being, I think, low maintenance in the very long term. But in the moment, it can feel like, oh, what's the point of even doing this? And so that's kind of what I would put eyelash curling in the same category, you know? Because at heart, I think I'm just a chill gal, you know? You know the chill guy meme? I'm like a chill gal. And I want to spend most of my free time doing things that I want to do. Not like, I don't know, worrying about having to shave under my arms or whatever, or like having to curl my eyelashes even though it takes 2 seconds. It's like, if I can save 2 seconds, I will. They add up over time. And so, anyway, this is stuff that maybe guys don't think about that often, unless you have like sisters or a partner, a female partner that is. Like, it's like the way to look naturally beautiful, I guess, that maybe isn't so natural. And I like talking about it because it kind of demystifies some of those practices. Because often you guys are very kind and say such wonderful and generous things about many things, but you know, in this case about my appearance, I try to make it clear that, you know, it's sometimes but not always a pretty carefully curated image, I suppose. And so, you know, I have my red light panel back there that I use once a day as well, which I think has helped with breaking out. There are some things it can't fix, like it's not a miracle worker. Like, for example, you can see my dark circles. Like, I'm not wearing eyeshadow right now. That's just the color of my eyelid. People always say, oh, you know, you look tired, or like, are you wearing eyeshadow? And I'm like, no, that's just, you know, the life of an iron deficient girly. But, you know, I also don't mind it because it adds some like depth and dimension to my face. The times where I've tried to cover up my dark circles, like here and here, with like foundation or concealer, it looks really weird because it makes my face look really flat, like it's a mask almost. And so I've done it on stream before when we've been playing around with makeup. I've like put on like some concealer and been like, what the fuck? Like, why does my face look like that suddenly? And so yeah, it just looks wrong. And I've noticed that I think it's because like the coloring and I guess the darkness actually signifies depth. And so my eyes are pretty like deeply set in my actual face. So it makes sense, right? So if you have deep set eyes without the darkness, it can look like something's off essentially. And so, yeah, I've come to kind of like them. And even though this camera makes it seem a bit more reddish, I think in person it looks a little bit more brownish. And that can sometimes just look like it's been done on purpose, which, you know, I can't complain about. And so, yeah, sometimes I even play it up and I can put like blush around here, like right there on the kind of semicircle where the cheekbone and the eyebrow bone kind of meet. And yeah, it's just like a way of being playful with it and like emphasizing a part that usually gets de-emphasized. And so, yeah, looks like well done eyeshadow. Thank you. That's a nice thing to say. Next, I'm going to do some blush like I was just talking about. And this is my favorite blush. It is probably expired at this point, considering I don't even remember where/when I got it. And now it's a very big no-no to use expired makeup. It can break you out. It can just cause you a world of problems. But you know me, I like to live on the wild side. And in fact, I guess I haven't learnt any lessons because I like it too much to not use. I don't even know if they make this kind of formula anymore because it's like a cream. It goes on really slick, like really smooth, and it kind of just melts into the skin, which is nice. I think powder blushes can sometimes look a little bit like cakey almost, and they can be less pigmented. But with this, you can really build it up. And so, like if I want a really subtle look, I can just stop there. If I want to go for the e-girl look, you can really pack it on because, especially on Twitch, there's kind of like the meta of girls with really strong blush because it stands out and it looks cute. It looks like someone's full of life. Maybe they've just been exercising or expending their energy in other more salacious ways. And depending on how extreme you want to go, like that's still pretty subtle, I would say. It just makes you look a little bit more alive, I suppose. And so I'm gonna stop there. It's easy to go pretty hard with the blush, and there's a thing which I don't know where it started, but I think it may have been from TikTok. That's called blush blindness, and it's like when girls essentially don't realize how much blush they're putting on because they like it so much, and it's like it ends up being really egregious, like a big patch of just pink on their cheeks. Now, personally, I think that phrase could be unkind depending on how you use it, but it's also just kind of funny. It's also just a meme, and certainly some people embrace it and they say, yeah, I've got blush blindness, like what of it? And I think it's about play and just having fun, essentially. Like whatever brings you joy. Who am I to say, oh, that's wrong, essentially? And so let's see. I want to line my lips. My favorite lip liner. Give them a bit of shape and dimension. Now this is actually a different color to my current lipstick, and a lot of girls do this. It's called a lip combo. So if you ever heard a girl talk about her favorite lip combo, it's like her favorite color lip liner and her favorite lipstick or whatever to go on the actual part of her lips. And sometimes they're from the same brand, sometimes they're different, sometimes they're totally different colors. But yeah, that's what a lip combo is. And sometimes the different color can make it have more dimension, to make them look bigger, fuller. Or sometimes it can just be for visual appeal. Like sometimes people use a black lip liner with a red inner lip because it makes it look more gothic or more interesting. And yeah, you can really do a lot with it. Besides aesthetic purposes, lip liner also has a function of kind of keeping the lip color from bleeding over the edge. And oh my god, my arm is so sore from the gym yesterday, I can't even raise it that high. This is especially helpful on more mature skin, women that head into their middle age or even into their elderly ages. It's the skin obviously gets a little bit more porous, I guess you could say, and the colors sometimes are easier to bleed over, and so lip liner can essentially stop it from doing that and keep the color where it's meant to be. Also, you can draw on different shapes with lip liner. You can make your lips, you can really overline them, which I think a lot of people don't like the look of because it looks a little bit weird and uncanny. Or you can do it really subtly, so you can give yourself more of a cupid's bow if you want to. Or some people draw directly over their cupid's bow to make it straight, and that gives a more dull appearance. And so it's up to what you prefer. And it's very much painting on a canvas. You get to decide what you want to do with your masterpiece, essentially. Masterpiece of yourself. And I'm doing all this from quite a far distance away, like I said. I don't have my handheld mirror here. Actually, my last one broke. But if I were going out and trying to do some fucking date makeup or something like that, I'd be scrutinizing a lot closer because sometimes there's little details that you can miss. You don't want to go out the door with your lip liner and your lipstick not touching, essentially. That kind of thing, As for hot pink, I love I love a good pink. Pinks of all colors. Like, the Barbie Renaissance that we had like last year was the best thing ever, because, you know, I've been trying to embrace some of that lost girlhood, I think, from when I was like a teenager. Because back then it was seen as very lame to to enjoy girly things. So I was like, oh yeah, I'm a total tomboy, and I was, I think, at that time. I enjoyed boyish things, and I kind of stayed away from the girly side of life, somewhat regretfully, because I think at my heart, like, I want to, what's the word? Not only do I want the freedom of choice, like most people, but I think I do have a bit of that, like, girly essence, that princessy essence that we've talked about, for better or for worse, and I like being able to indulge in that, even if it feels sometimes a little bit frivolous, or like I shouldn't be doing it for whatever reason. Damn, it's so weird, like, the colors are really different, but they look so similar. A lot of time is spent trying to make them even too. It's crazy. You guys like the white noise? That's cool. It's yeah, I thought it would be nice for our sleeping stream, but it's nice for our awake stream too. Go figure. What else is there? I also have this, what we call highlighter. When I say we, what makeup people call highlighter. Now mine comes in a little dropper, but it can come in a powder form. I think it can come in a cream form. It's basically just like liquid glitter, essentially. And what I do is I just put a drop there and a drop here, because a little bit goes a long way with this one, at least. And if you put too much, especially online, it can look just like you're sweating. But if you put just enough, it should ideally catch the light and make it look a little bit more shiny. I don't know if that's coming up that well. Sometimes it gets in my hair as well, like that. And so usually it goes on the high point of the face, because that's what will reflect the most light if light is hitting your face. And so for most people, I'd say nearly all people, that's the cheekbone. And so that's really subtle. Like, that's looking really subtle on camera, but I think in person it's a little bit more shiny. Yeah, no actual glitter, but it's essentially like liquid shine. And this one is a dropper. It's actually called Unicorn's Glow, which is funny. You can see the little pipette thing, and then it looks like that. But I've enjoyed like powder highlighters in the past, and in fact I have one here. This is mineral powder. I have to be real with you guys. I thought that was a mirror for a sec. I was like, oh my god, I've been missing a mirror this whole time. Like, this is kind of shit, I'm not gonna lie. Because when I use it, literally I can't tell that I've used it at all. Like, it's almost like rubbing a piece of paper. And I don't want to be like, I'm not a makeup reviewer, like I'm not fucking Jeffree Star, like I don't really know what makes makeup good or bad, or like I'm not here to judge and be the arbiter of makeup. I'm just saying from my own personal experience, I hardly ever reach for this, because like it essentially does nothing. But sometimes I just like humor myself, and I'll take a brush, for instance, and just kind of like swirl it around 500 times, think, okay, that surely picked up some product, right? And then just kind of put it on my face and think, wow, that did absolutely nothing. And so I don't remember where I got this from. I feel like it was probably, again, from the drugstore, like a very, what's it called? A very cheap piece of makeup. But What can I say? Not all powder highlighters are this bad. That's just the one that I have, so. Yeah, placebo, now in makeup form. That's literally so fucking true. And as for face moisturizing routine, it's very kind of you to ask. I honestly attribute most of my like skincare routine to my red light panel, which I know is not that accessible to people because red light panels can be quite expensive. I bought mine a very long time ago. Like literally, I'd like to believe that I was like an early adopter of the red light craze. The literature I found even back then was very compelling about the benefits. And so I kind of shelled out some of my savings to get a good, like long-lasting, well backed by science red light panel. It's back there. You can kind of just see the outline there. And so I should also say, I don't know if this really counts as moisturizing, but it counts for like the clearness of my skin. When I was in high school, I also took Accutane, which is like a very high potency, like fucking acne killing miracle drug. But it comes at the expense of essentially your joints and ligaments. And I have lifelong clicky joints now because of that. It works by basically blasting your entire body with mega doses of like vitamin A, or like the retinol form of vitamin A. And that can be very, very, very dangerous if done incorrectly or if you overdose too much. They make you sign like a fucking contract saying like I'm not gonna get pregnant while on this because like it can lead to birth defects and all that stuff, like certain birth defects. And it can be very hard on the liver. So they say do not drink while you're on this. I mean, I was in high school, so that was never really an issue. You know, I was one of the nerds. And so it was the kind of thing where it dries out your skin so much that there's literally not a chance of breaking out, essentially. And it's meant to be a lifelong solution. For most people, I think that's the case. For other people with more stubborn acne, I imagine they probably need like 1 or 2 rounds. But I would say that nearly every single celebrity, nearly every single famous online figure has had it. Just as a, like as a hunch, that's what I would say. Because most people in the modern day actually struggle with acne or breaking out. And so if you want something to literally kill it dead, that's kind of not the first line of action, but it's the kind of nuclear option. And so, yeah, because I remember trying some over-the-counter stuff too. And I remember trying like antibiotics, which did work for a while. But there is a lot of literature coming out now about how you shouldn't just be taking antibiotics willy-nilly. And of course, as soon as you stop taking them, if it is like a gut-related issue, the acne just comes back. And so after all these different methods, my GP referred me to a dermatologist and was like, all right, let's go all in, essentially. And I was on Accutane for, I can't even remember at this point, it was so long ago, but it was a pretty long time. And the whole time, like, your lips are cracked, like they're literally so dry. Your hair is so dry because it doesn't just stop the oil production on your face, it stops the oil production on your whole body, and your scalp, of course. And so I know it sounds gross, but just hear me out. Like when I was taking Accutane daily, like I didn't have to wash my hair like every day. I had to wash it like maybe once a week or even less, which sounds really gross, but if you think about it, it was like there was no oil, like there was nothing, like my hair looked the same on day 1 as it did on day 7. And so it was a very weird time. Of course, I was still showering like every day or every second day. I just wasn't washing my hair because if you did overwash it, like it would just start feeling really dry and brittle because it was already so stripped of like the natural oils, which was kind of by design. But anyway, nowadays I don't have to worry that much about breaking out. Sometimes I get like these tiny little, hard to see on camera, excuse me, but like you can still kind of feel them, like if someone were to like try and feel my face, just like little blemishes or whatever. But like at this point it doesn't really bother me, and especially when I use my red light every day, it's like it tends to stop, I think, anything from getting too out of control. And so for moisturizing, if I had to use anything, it's really just like a 2-in-1, like a sunscreen and a vitamin E moisturizer. So that's kind of my routine, very stripped back. Pop-Tart Man, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I love Pop-Tarts. I really like the cookies and cream one. What's your favorite Pop-Tart? Right now we're talking about beauty and like, you know, just skincare and stuff in general. I was just talking about being high maintenance short term to be low maintenance long term, and I think Accutane is part of that too. The cherry one's the best. The Emmy cherry Pop-Tart coming soon. No, that's a pretty good one. You know, here in Australia, we don't have that many Pop-Tart flavors, but we do have cookies and cream, like brown sugar / cinnamon. I think we have a cherry one or like a raspberry one, and I think just plain. No, surely not. Anyway, I'm hanging out for more flavors because I am part of the Pop-Tart gang. So thank you very, very much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. But yeah. My GP growing up was the doctor my parents used. The guy was a quack. Honestly, that is not uncommon. Let me read the rest of your comment first. Had to keep going back for the same issues. Mum's mother got banned by him by telling him her previous drunk doctor was better than he was. Honestly, my parents also dealt with a similar kind of situation where they were going to this doctor mainly because they were like this doctor was close, right? Which is the case for I think most people visiting their GP. It's proximity based. But she was basically like this holistic naturopath, and we had real concerns that we were going to see her for, but like her solution was just like fucking, I don't know, get more sunlight and shit. And sure, like that can take you, I guess, to a certain degree of healthfulness, but like in general, we were just realizing that yeah, she was a bit of a quack as well, and so eventually we changed doctors and actually got seen properly for whatever our concerns were back then. And it surprised me how common of a story that really is, because like when I think of a doctor or a general practitioner, you know, same, I imagine someone that's gone through years and years of rigorous study, rigorous testing, and just like has the cutting edge knowledge on like, you know, health and well-being. But then you see some people who are doctors and maybe they're just burnt out, or like, I don't know, maybe they just, something flipped and their motives have changed. But like, some of them seem to be really uncaring, if that's the word. Or maybe just exhausted. Is what I've found. Like they just kind of try to rush you out the door as soon as possible. They're overworked and potentially underpaid, and it shows in the level of care they give. So that's why it's important to find a GP that you really vibe with and that like will see you for the appropriate amount of time, won't try and rush you out. Right now I have a really great general practitioner who takes my concerns actually seriously, go figure. And she bulk bills, which here in Australia that means that the government pays for your medical trip, like your visit essentially. And fewer places are actually bulk billing, which sucks. A lot of places are doing mixed billing now, which means that the government will pay for some of it, but then you also have to pay out of pocket like the rest. And that can be very disheartening because it means that, you know, like in the US, some people just avoid going to the doctor even though they need to because they can't afford to. And that's like, that seems like really absurd to say out loud, right? Like, how is that something that we've allowed to happen? And yet here we are. And the problem itself is so multifactorial, and the solution itself is so multifactorial that it's hard to know where to start. It's like untangling a big bowl of spaghetti. Like, where do you even start to get one noodle out? It's impossible. And so the fact of the matter is that healthcare is becoming less and less affordable here in Australia, which is unfortunate for many reasons, but, you know, one of them being that we kind of prided ourselves on more of our, like, lenient welfare programs as opposed to places like the United States, and yet we're kind of like a US light in a lot of ways now. So, you know, you do with that info as you will. I'm not here to get political. This is just like the state of the world, or our world here currently, and I know people that literally just will, you know, grin and bear it, because first of all, they can't take time off work, and second of all, they can't afford the visit. So for a doctor to potentially say, oh, you're just fine, you know? And so unless someone's literally like bleeding out on the sidewalk, or they have an appendix that's 5 seconds from bursting, like they just tend to like, you know, power through essentially. And I don't know. That feels to me a little bit dystopian. So, yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. I don't know. And Swamp Rat, as for that doctor of yours, supposedly trained in Air Force, but preferred flying over medicine. That's so interesting. Like, those two disciplines both take so much time to get into, and like so much practice and so much testing. You'd think that like maybe they should have just stuck with flying, you know? He didn't charge though, alright. He overprescribed pain meds. Oh my gosh. That is very dangerous. Yeah, we've all been there, I think. Like, some doctors are either too suspicious of you and saying like, oh, why do you need these meds? Or they're like too prescription happy essentially, and they'll just be like, oh, you want this? You want this? You want opium? That's fine. And yeah, it's like, again, you really have to find someone that you trust that will do you right essentially, because some of those pain meds can be very, very addictive, like life-ruiningly addictive. And also depending on your biochemistry. Like, personally, I don't know if this is like a family thing, because I think my dad is similar, but for me, like opiates and opioids, like they always have made me feel nauseous rather than like kind of blissed out and like pain-free. Like, sure, the pain disappears, but it's overcome by this sense of needing to puke imminently that kind of takes away any of the relief that I would feel otherwise. And so my dad is pretty similar. I remember when he had a slipped disc in his back, I believe, which was, according to him, and I believe him, like one of the most painful experiences that a human can have. Like when your spine essentially just yeets itself. Like, he was prescribed these like opioid pain meds or whatever, and he took them because his pain was immense and like he couldn't think straight, but he had to wean himself off it as soon as possible. One, because it was addictive and he knew that, and he felt himself becoming increasingly reliant on them to like sleep and function, and he didn't like that. And two, because he felt completely sick on them the whole time, like he was about to puke, and he couldn't eat because of that. He could barely function anyway, and so it's like, well, you're either non-functional because you're in tremendous amounts of pain, or you're non-functional because you feel like you've got vertigo and like your stomach is churning and it's just horrible all around. It's like kind of a lose-lose. Yeah, it just yeets itself. That's so real. And so like I felt similarly, because I've been in the hospital like in and out a few times for various reasons. I had my wisdom teeth removed. I had all 4 removed at once, so I was put under. Thankfully, oh my god, I don't think I would have been able to do that while awake. I also had, what else did I have? I had my nose job and various other procedures. I can't remember right now. Certain other procedures I did while I was awake. So like I got my lip filler while I was awake. I got my tongue tie removal when I was awake. And so what they did was they cut that part of my tongue to make my tongue longer. It was meant to help with my jaw pain, and it did help a lot. I think it like helped my jaw pain about 60 to 70%, which is a huge help when like I was waking up in the middle of the night because my jaw was aching. And it's because my tongue was too short, essentially. I had a tongue tie, which usually they check for when you're a baby. So they look under your tongue. They see how long that little string thing is. And if it's too short, it will prevent the baby from like suckling milk properly. And it will also, as they grow up, create issues like lisps and stuff like that. And now my tongue tie was so moderate, like it was so in between, that it was kind of overlooked. Like they thought, oh, that should be fine, right? And so I didn't really have a lisp, maybe a very slight one, to the point where I never even noticed it. But when I went to the dentist, I was complaining about my jaw pain. I was complaining about the fact that I couldn't mew properly. Well, I use the term proper tongue posture. Yeah, frenectomy, that's exactly right. I was saying how I couldn't use proper tongue posture because my tongue didn't reach, like it actually didn't reach the roof of my mouth, which is where your tongue is supposed to rest. And so I was kind of mouth breathing by the fact that I couldn't actually do it right. And so I was talking about this to my dentist and like complaining and being like, oh, why is this? And he's like, oh, like looking in my mouth, you have a tongue tie. I was like, what even is that? Right? Yeah, I didn't say mewing to my doctor. No, I didn't. But I'm pretty sure he knew what it was. And I was like, what's a tongue tie? And he explained it all to me. He told me the baby story. And he also told me that sometimes after the tongue tie removal, which also is called a frenectomy, I think it's like a sublingual frenectomy because there are multiple types of frenectomies. One that we won't get into. He was like saying sometimes after they cut the tongue underneath there, people report that they have like their hip pain has lessened or like their shoulder pain has gone away. And it's because the tongue, like as a muscle and like as a set of, like, you know, as it connects to the rest of their body, is a very integral part of the whole situation. And if you're holding tension in your jaw, it's going to radiate out and create like imbalances elsewhere. And so it was a very interesting discussion that we had. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder if something similar will happen to me. And, you know, I didn't have any miracles. Like, I didn't have any hip pain to begin with. But generally what I noticed was that my jaw pain reduced by a lot. It didn't fully go away because sometimes I still get like a very sore, like muscle right there. Like you can actually feel the knot. Like, you know, when you go to get a massage and like massage out the muscle knots, it feels like that, like a kind of a bulbous, sore, like tender spot of muscle tissue. But for the most part, I feel so much better. And it also helped with tongue posture. So after I got the tongue tie, you can kind of see the divots here in my face. Like they got a little bit deeper because I was actually able to use the muscles here less. And so that's kind of ideal. You don't want to be like sucking in because it makes the muscles bigger, apparently. That's the theory, right? And so when you're actually eating, swallowing, and like doing all of that properly, this space just there starts getting a bit more hollowed out. And so you get that more chiseled look, which I guess is a welcome, but not intentional, so to speak, like side effect. And so, yeah, my face has kind of matured since then too. And as you get older, you lose some of the facial fat that you had in like your childhood and your teen years. And so that probably also contributed. But I think it was like a very big part of like actually sorting out my facial issues, my facial harmony, as well as the nose job, which fixed my breathing because like I couldn't breathe. And so I was also breathing through my mouth because of that. And so, yeah, let me do some of these redeems though. Liam, this is for you. Ding. And a hydrate. Oh, luckily, I brought my bottle. But yeah. And yeah, some people, visibly, it's funny you say that. Some people do tear their own tongue ties just through general life and certain activities. But I would not recommend it either because it seems like a lot more of a painful and potentially messy / bloody way to do it. Whereas when I got my frenectomy done, it was at the dentist. I was awake. They injected some lidocaine into my tongue, which was a very weird feeling, and I was sweating bullets. I'm pretty sure it was this time. I'm pretty sure it was this time. They brought out the big needle, and I immediately went pale, and they injected me, and I was like, I'm feeling kind of faint. And they were like, oh shit, okay. And they like got me like a juice box and stuff. And like, I didn't even know they had juice boxes at the dentist. But anyway, they had to take a break before they started the actual procedure because I was like, I'm loopy already because you guys know me, I hate needles. And so, after I kind of came back and like, you know, they were fanning me and stuff because I had broken out into this cold, clammy, disgusting sweat. Then they started using this device, which I'm pretty sure is kind of like a laser cauterizing device. just take everything that I say here with a grain of salt, because what it was meant to do is burn your tissue, but at the same time, so at the same time that it's cutting, it's also burning the wound closed, so there's no blood, and it's not painful because you just got the anesthetic injected into the site locally, and yeah, so that it's kind of like cutting and healing as it goes, which was a very cool invention to hear about. I had no idea that was even a thing, but I guess it makes sense. They used to do it, my dentist was telling me, they used to do it with just a regular scalpel and stitches, right? But that got really bloody and messy, and it was extra painful and kind of outdated. So this was like the new and improved version, which I was happy to be at the receiving end of. And so, yeah, like a lightsaber. Essentially, they used a lightsaber on my tongue, which is a really weird phrase to say out loud. There was a couple of complications, though, when I was in the chair. And so I don't know if this is just what my dentist was saying to save face, but at a certain point, like through the procedure, all of a sudden I felt this gush of liquid. And the dentist and the nurse, like the kind of dentist assistant that was there, they both started to panic. And I had my mouth wide open, and I was like kind of just looking at them through these glasses like, what the fuck is going on? And he said, it looks like your tongue is a bit more vascular than most. We've hit like a vein. And I was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna die. Like, I'm literally finna die right now. And the nurse, like the dental assistant, had the hose, like, you know, when they kind of have all the tools in your mouth. She was like sucking out like so much blood, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? And so they had to divert what they were doing, and my dentist actually picked up like kind of like this metal hook with thread on it, like suture, and stitched up the spot that he actually cut to stop the bleeding. It didn't hurt, but I was panicking internally, even though I was just sitting still and like placid. And then they did it again, like 5 minutes later on a different spot, and it was less severe, I'll say. But I was like, oh my god, I don't think that's I don't think that's what should happen or what usually does happen. And so that was something that I was scared about. And yeah, I literally was thinking, bruh, like I was not prepared. Like, I didn't even know that could happen. And so I was like, damn, I really have to come face to face with my mortality right now. But yeah, because I got those extra stitches in, which you're not meant to get, the recovery was, I think, a little bit worse than usual. If you're like thinking about getting something like that, anyone who's listening right now, it won't be that bad. Like, it shouldn't be that bad. But yeah, I had like 2 extra spots that needed like actual stitches, like the old school way. And that was the most painful part after the like anesthetic wore off. And so yeah, I was composing my obituary. I was like, oh my gosh, tell my wife and kids I love them, type B. And so at the end, you know, they didn't nick any more veins or arteries, which I was thankful for. The most funniest part, and like the part that I'll always remember, was towards the end when he was basically finished cutting that like tongue tie. He had told me the whole time to point my tongue to the roof of my mouth to like keep it stretched. And as he'd been cutting it, let's say that's my tongue and that's the tongue tie, like I felt my tongue coming unstuck and like was able to stretch. It's like if your arm had been kept like this your whole life, and then all of a sudden you're just able to stretch it out. And it was like this weird, very weird feeling. Like, I don't think I could describe it accurately, like if I tried, because it's like a part of you that's not usually meant to be able to articulate in such a manner. And so it was so weird. And so, yeah, I felt my tongue coming unstuck, essentially. Like this, reaching the roof of my mouth. Yeah, finally getting to mew in the way that I was destined to. And it was very, like, very bizarre. He told me to make sure I did all my stretches, because I was given stretches to do for like 2 weeks or even longer after the procedure, because part of the tongue tie would reattach. That's what he said. And if you don't do any stretches, it will reattach almost fully like it originally was. And obviously you don't want to do that after spending money and going through the painful procedure, etc., etc. So as much as it hurt, I did my stretches somewhat diligently. There were times where my mum had to kind of remind me in a very forceful manner because I didn't want to do it because it hurt. Like, you're basically keeping the wound open so it can heal on your own terms, essentially. And yeah, tongue stretches. It sounds so funny, but it literally was. So I did stuff like I had to like do that, touch the roof of my mouth, or just stick my tongue out like as straight as possible, like stick my tongue in the left side and then the right side, and then like point your tongue towards the back of your mouth. And it was quite painful actually in the very beginning because, like I said, it was an open wound, even though it had been cauterized, as in like the actual thing wasn't bleeding and it was all self-contained. It was still so painful. And there was one stretch that was quite funny where my dentist had told me that you need to do, like, take your finger and like touch it and like stretch it out with your fingers like as much as you could, because sometimes just using your like tongue by itself would not be enough stretch. And I was like, oh, that's kind of gross and weird and like painful, and I didn't really like it, but I had to do it. And now the like underside of my tongue, I don't know if you guys can see, it's extra long and it's also white. A lot of people have like pink or reddish tongue tie, like just tongue ties in general. And for me, when they cauterized it, it was bone white for a very long time. And now, yeah, it's just pale, which is kind of weird. I thought it would get back to its normal color eventually, and maybe it still will, but it's been many, many years since then. It's been like 2 or 3 years since then, probably even longer, closer to 4. And yeah, it's just kind of like that now. So I do think it has reattached somewhat. And yeah, it's wild, right? I think it's reattached about 30 to 35%, which is a shame because I think sometimes I do find right at the back, like the back third of the tongue, they call it, is hard for me to reach the roof of my mouth. Because, by the way, guys, it's crazy how in-depth we're going into this, but here we are. There's also such a thing as a anterior and posterior tongue tie. There's 2 kinds. The first kind is this one, and I believe that's the anterior, meaning front. It's the one that's easily accessible and easily visible by most people, and it's what most people think of when they think of tongue tie. But there actually is a second one. It's called the posterior, and it's at the back, like right in there. Like, I don't know how I can show you guys without getting too gross about it, but it's like mostly invisible, and usually you can't even access it without doing like really deep digging surgery type beat. But that's usually the part that is like involved in the back third of the tongue. So my dentist was even telling me, if you wanted to loosen up the back third of your tongue, you're gonna have to get proper general anesthetic surgery to get in there, and that would probably require like, you know, actual stitches and all that stuff, not just that magic cauterizing device. And so I was like, oh, I can't really be bothered doing that, even though it would be a good idea. And look, let me just say, if I was a celebrity and I had like millions of dollars and all the time in the world, and also if I had the pressure to kind of min-max my appearance and general health and well-being, yes, I would do it. I don't necessarily need it, but in terms of like something that would benefit me, I think it would benefit me, and I think it would benefit most people to release that tongue tie a little bit. But it's a kind of thing where it's like there's a point where you reach diminishing returns, and for me, just loosening up the anterior tongue tie was enough. Like, that was enough to get me over the line, help me with my posture, my tongue posture, and make me feel like better about my jaw pain. I think the rest of my jaw pain is probably due to the posterior tongue tie, which is really buried in there. Like, if I want to try and show you guys, it's like, it's right in there. And it's like, it's basically impossible to get to unless you do like a deeper kind of surgery. And so I think it's less commonly done as well. And so, yeah, that was the story, guys, essentially. And I couldn't eat solid food. I couldn't eat much food at all for the first week and a bit because my tongue was raw, and it was literally an open wound. I remember taking photos of like each day, so I could probably find the exact date, but I'm telling you guys, those photos are not safe for life. they're not even not safe for work, they're not safe for life. And it was literally the most disgusting thing I'd ever seen, watching it heal up. Because what they do is they cauterize your tongue in a diamond shape. So when it heals kind of like, it goes from like this to like that, you know? So like stretches out. That's a horrible graphic, but you know what I mean. And so I basically had this diamond shaped burn wound underneath my tongue, and it was very painful. And it was exceptionally tender, like the kind of thing where just drinking water, like my tongue would throb. It was so like sore, essentially. And like anything spicy was out. Like if I tried anything spicy in that time, I think I would have fainted. Like it was that bad. And yeah, I basically tried to avoid eating as much as possible because it was just too sore. And so I spent a lot of time drinking like those little up and goes. I don't know if you guys have those internationally, like they're little milk drinks. And I don't even like drinking plain milk usually, but these are like kind of flavored milks. And I went through cases of that stuff because it was essentially the only thing I could really drink/eat. And they had like extra proteins and calories in there to be almost close to a meal. And so I would just be drinking like liquid diet for the first week and a bit until I could finally start eating stuff like noodles and all that. And as for the procedure itself, they basically told me to stay like this for the most part. And I think they may have also had their own implements, like, you know how they sometimes have the little stick with a circular mirror on it and shit like that? They had all that stuff going on, and so it was like they could manipulate it to their liking. But in general, I was so petrified. Like, I wanted to make sure that I was a good, like a model student, essentially. So I just sat there as still as anything and just had my tongue exactly where they told me to point it. And even when they fucking nicked my artery, whatever the fuck they did, and I was gushing blood everywhere, like literally, oh God, I remember this so vividly. Like, oh my God. Like blood literally gushed out of my mouth and like splattered all over my, like, you know how they give you the bib? Like the paper bib. And it went all over the dentist's gloves, and like I was like, what the hell? Like in my brain I was like, literally I'm about to die. And so I was just so fucking, I was worried, but I just stayed perfectly still because like, you know what, they're gonna fix it. Surely they know what to do, you know, they're professionals. And yeah, I was literally freaking out inside, but the picture of coolness and calmness on the outside. You know, what can I say? I didn't want it to go even more wrong. And so, yeah, even though they nicked me twice, I was a model student. And it's funny because the only time I actually was problematic was beforehand with the needle. I was like fainting and everything like that. So, yeah, it was literally just my eyes like trying to look everywhere, trying to see their faces, because they give you these glasses. Because when you're like lying up, they've got the light shining on you, and of course that can be quite annoying, let alone like harmful to your eyes. So they give you these blackout glasses. So I'm just looking at them like, what the fuck? Why is my tongue spurting blood everywhere? Sorry, it's TMI. And yeah, it was a very weird, funny, strange, horrifying experience all wrapped up into one. And ultimately I'm glad that I did it, and I would do it again, because it was like, expensive is a relative word, but it was relatively inexpensive compared to what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like a very pricey procedure, because it was kind of not unnecessary, but kind of unusual. And so I thought it would be like, oh, 5, 10K. But it was actually like closer to, I think, 1.5K to 2K. And that's AUD. So it'll be even cheaper in USD. And yeah, my dentist was like, yeah, you just come in, we'll do it in the dentist chair. Like in your normal procedure chair where they check your braces and shit. It's like, oh, okay. So I was expecting like more of an operating theater room. But it was really casual, and the job was done in like 20 to 30 minutes, if I'm remembering correctly. And so, yeah, it was like this weirdly profound but super like simple procedure. And I do think that if more people had it done, maybe they'd feel less tension in their jaws, their necks, and their like traps and shoulders. Because if you think about it, your tongue, like, it like connects all the way down and like goes here and stuff. And so it's like, it's a kind of thing where if you've seen like an anatomical model of the human body and you just look at all the stuff, all the nerves and the muscle and like sinew and stuff that the tongue is connected to, it goes all the way down. Like, I'm not kidding. It literally goes all the way down to like your private parts, essentially. And so some people, you know, this might get even more woo, but they say that even their like pelvic floor, once they get their tongue tie release, actually like loosens up and stuff like that. It's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And so, yeah, it was a very interesting experience. And even though it has reattached somewhat, it's so much better than it used to be. Like, I couldn't open, like, if I touched my tongue to the roof of my mouth and tried to open my mouth, it would only open this far, like, but now I can do it like pretty wide. And so, yeah, it's good to actually, I mean, it's good, in quotation marks, to extend your tongue tie by various means. I'm not sure, like, because you can do it improperly or you can do it in such a way that it damages you. It's not in the controlled environment of the dentist chair. But if it ultimately ended up in you just having a longer tongue, then yeah, that's actually good for you. And yeah, just the nurse coming in like, oh my God. I feel like it was such a movie-esque moment, and like in the moment I couldn't really do much but just hope and pray, you know, like thoughts and prayers. That was literally me. And I just thought, well, I can't speak, I can't yell, I can't move because they have this device in my mouth that's like burning flesh as it moves across. And my mouth was crowded because there was like the vacuum thing that sucks out the liquid. There was the cauterizing device. There was like the little spatula thing that keeps things in place. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, literally, what the fuck? And so, yeah, the lightsaber mouth, I was like, well, I guess this is the end. And I did it to myself. But it was ultimately fine. And the recovery was all right. They also gave me painkillers that I stopped taking after the first day, because they gave me surprisingly hard painkillers for what I was assuming. Like, first of all, he gave me a prescription. I was like, I didn't even know dentists could give prescriptions, but apparently they can. Gave me a prescription for like tapentadol or something, which is a relatively strong, hard to get at points, painkiller. And yeah, there are definitely a lot of nerves in there, and I could see why someone might need them. But for me, like I said, with the nauseating feeling that I got from them, and also like my own understanding of my own addictive personality, I was like, I have to only take them if I feel like I'm going to die otherwise. And so I had them on the first day once the anesthetic wore off, because I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is actually very, very painful. And then after that, I think I just stopped taking them. And because I didn't want to go through the trouble of like weaning off them as well, because you have to like be careful. Sometimes if you go completely cold turkey, you can actually really damage your body, or like you can start getting brain zaps if you're coming off stuff like antidepressants. With opioids, it's a little bit different. But like, yeah, they can be very what's the word? Like, undesirable, should I say, side effects. And I didn't want to, like, I was too lazy essentially. And so I stuck with like Panadol and stuff, and I stuck with just drinking liquids and making sure that like I wasn't doing anything stupid, you know, like I wasn't eating a fucking ghost pepper. Like, I was doing the ghost pepper challenge and shit like that. And so roughly 2 weeks was, I think, the thick of it. And then after that, it was just like recovering and trying not to look like a total weirdo with a weird gash under my tongue, because it really did look gnarly. And for like after those 2 weeks, it looked way worse than it actually felt. People would see it and go like, they'd make that exact noise, like sucking in air through their teeth. And like, I know it looks horrible, but it's like, it doesn't feel as bad as it looks. And so yeah, no hot wing challenges for a hot minute. But like I said, it was ultimately very, very worthwhile. And I think it's up there in terms of most beneficial things that I've ever done in terms of like big quotation marks procedures. That and my nose job. And yeah, like in terms of like getting things functional, I think that's a worthwhile pursuit. And that's something that I've always been a big believer in. And it sometimes, not always, but sometimes has a secondary effect of also helping with aesthetics, you know? Sometimes I do believe that aesthetics can follow function. Because, you know, if things are functioning properly, they're allowed to flourish to their fullest extent. And so when I got my nose job, for example, and I could breathe better, and I got my tongue tie and I could breathe better, I stopped my mouth breathing ways, essentially. And my full face was able to develop properly. And those things sometimes add to like aesthetic purposes or aesthetic pleasures. And so, and thank you for the compliment, Jess. That's very nice. Very natural is a very important like sticking point to me. And from the front, in fact, it looks very similar to my original nose. From the side, it's a lot more straight and kind of like what's the word? Generic than my old nose. My old nose had a deprojected tip, so it was like kind of pushed in here. And there was a little bit of a hump right there. I didn't really care. Like, I honestly would have kept the hump if I didn't get to choose. Like, I'd be like, oh, that's fine. But it really was the tip part that was really bothering me, because it kind of looked like, if I'm being unkind or uncharitable, it looked like my nose had gotten like smushed into a door and like just stayed like that. And so when I got my deviated septum fixed, I was like, could you also just like straighten it out a little bit? And they're like, oh yeah, fine. That's an extra 10K. I was like, oh fuck, all right. And so it was a kind of thing where I actually really liked my my nose from the front. It was really just the profile that I didn't really like. And also it was a little bit bulbous as well. Like, I don't know. This is my horrible photo that I showed you guys last time. It looks pretty similar. The one where you guys called me a New Zealander and a soccer player, which made me die laughing. Like, you know what I mean? It looks kind of similar, but there's no side profile that I can show you guys. And so it really was mostly about the functionality and helping me like actually be able to breathe, you know? Yeah, Cody, that's nice. It looks similar enough to know that it's you. I think that was something that I really wanted to stress to my surgeon. And yeah, I basically burned all of those photos. You might find some in Kichi's Corner. Gosh, I remember especially leading up to my surgery, I was taking so many comparison photos, like the before part of the before and after, because I was like, oh God, first of all, I hope I like it. And second of all, like, I wonder how my life is going to change, essentially. And so, yeah, there's a couple of those still floating about somewhere. And it's a kind of thing where I was mostly hoping that I would just never have to think about my nose again. Does that make sense? Because, like, back before any surgery and all that, like, I was kind of self-conscious of it. I went through, like, a love-hate relationship with it. Because sometimes I'd be like, ugh, my nose is so big and bulbous or whatever. Like, it makes me feel like it stands out, and you see it before you see the rest of my face. And other times I was like, oh, actually, I quite like it. It's bold. It, like, signifies my heritage, and it's kind of unique, you know? And like, I literally went between those two schools of thought so often. Like, I'd oscillate between them very rapidly. And it was almost ironic because right up until my surgery, like almost the day before, I was finally like, you know what? I kind of like my nose. It's like, what the fuck? Maybe it was just like getting cold feet. I'm almost certain it was that, right? But then once I got my nose job, I was like, huh. All of a sudden, I just felt like I didn't have to think about it anymore, right? And I think that ultimately was the biggest relief of all. Like, I didn't have to go through that love-hate thing. I didn't have to go through any turmoil. I was just like, well, this is my nose now, and it's essentially how I imagine myself to be before any surgery or anything like that. And so it was like, it was a blessing, essentially. Not even a blessing in disguise, because, you know, having my mental spaces taken up by worrying about things like that, I think was probably less than productive. And I think as sad as it is, like, I don't think that anyone should necessarily rely on surgery if they don't like how they look. Like, I think you should try almost every single thing before surgery. That's my personal opinion. And I essentially went through all of those steps. This was a joint function / aesthetic change, and so I felt somewhat justified. And I've been thinking about it for a very long time, like over a year. It wasn't an impulse thing. And I also used my own money, so I felt like, all right, I'm an adult making an adult decision. I feel like this isn't something I've just been peer pressured into doing. I have my legitimate reasons for picking a very drastic and very permanent solution, if you want to call it that. I do think that with something so extreme, you should take extreme care. And so for most people, like my sister, for example, she has a beautiful nose. I love her nose, her natural nose. And she's been talking about wanting to change it, like wanting to get surgery. And it's like so hypocritical of me because I wouldn't want her to change it, right? But of course, I can't make that decision for her. And as someone who's kind of on the other side of that, like the other end of it, essentially, I feel like anything that I say is basically null and void because, you know, it would be hypocritical of me to try and dissuade her. But I honestly, without any word of like false kind of humility or anything like that, I think her nose makes her even more beautiful. Like she's not beautiful in spite of it. She's beautiful because of it and more. And so it's just, yeah, it's one of those things where sometimes you can't convince someone, like they just have to make their own decision. Yeah, exactly. If I told her, no, don't do it, she'd be like, really? Look who's talking. And I would have no leg to stand on. And that would be, that would be it, I guess. But I really do like it. And sometimes even when I look at my old photos, I'm like, yeah, it was kind of strong. But I mean, it was also just like a nose. And it's crazy sometimes how much stock we put in our own appearances. I really resonate with that idea of not even body positivity or body negativity, but just body neutrality, where we just see if we can take some of the thinking and overthinking and ruminating on ourselves like off the plate if possible. And it's like it's a kind of thing where it very much is easier said than done sometimes. But like I experienced it after my surgery, and of course after the swelling all went down. It took about a year for the swelling to go down, as you guys saw actually. One of my very first streams was like a week out from my surgery. I still had the tape on my nose and everything. And my face has kind of changed since then, depending on like my weight fluctuating or how bloated or puffy I am, or if I've fucking mewed that day or done gua sha. And so it's like, it's a form of liberation to not have to think constantly and scrutinize constantly how you look. It's just so, like, I don't know. It's so freeing to just be like, you know what? Instead of looking at myself in a mirror for 30 minutes, I'm going to read a book. You know what I mean? It sounds so silly put that way, but it really does feel like, okay, I can finally focus on other things. And if it takes surgery to get to that point, it's unfortunate maybe, and rather expensive, and rather painful as well. Holy shit. But, if someone has tried every other option, I feel like I would be totally hypocritical to say, no, don't do it. Still, I am very proud of my heritage, and I wish to get more well-versed and well-educated about both sides of my family. I'm more in touch with the Greek side because most of my Greek relatives live here in Australia. But unfortunately, with my Egyptian side, it's basically only my dad and my uncle now. With the recent passing of my Egyptian grandma, like they were the only ones that were living here. And so the rest of my family is in Egypt and, funnily enough, Canada as well. So that's kind of where they decided to migrate. And I know a lot less about my Egyptian side because of that, which is rather unfortunate. And also like my Egyptian grandpa, who passed away like a while ago now, probably like 7 or 8 years ago now. But he was also living here in Australia. And so my dad and my uncle are my only Egyptian relatives here, which is very, very weird, especially because my uncle we aren't that close with, which is very strange because like with my uncles and aunties on my Greek side, we're very close. And so we see each other multiple times a week. Like I'll go over to my mom's place or I'll go to my yaya's house, which is grandma in Greek. and they'll be there, and we'll just like chat, and like we go shopping together or whatever. And so like we're very like this, like we're very close. But my uncle on my dad's side, he's had his own issues to work through. You know, he's got his own demons that he's battling. I can't really talk too much about it because it's not my story to tell, but it's a classic story. Like, I think most people have someone in the family who's going through stuff like addiction, or who's just like struggling with their health and all that. So it's kind of unfortunate. But my dad, he's really, really been gunning for a Europe slash Mediterranean slash Africa trip. Because he hasn't been to Egypt for like 40 plus years. He left when he was very young. He was like 16. He came over on a boat, which took a hot minute. And he's been craving going back to his homeland, as he calls it. And so we'd been planning a holiday for a very long time. We had actually been planning to go at the start of this year, but it was put on hold, and rightfully so, we found out later, because my grandma was very, very sick. She was basically, we were told that she was terminally ill, and she had about a year to live. And we're like, well, we're not going to fucking go on holiday and get some horrible call while we're like 12 hours across the globe, and like either have to cut our holiday short or like just have it be completely soured, you know. So like, let's stay home for a bit and see what happens. If we have to wait a year, we have to wait a year. Obviously we also wanted to spend as much time as we could with her, like while she was still here. And so for better or for worse, like we were given a year. Like that's the figure that we were given. She didn't last 2.5 months. And so it was very sad. Like, I obviously wanted to spend as much time with her as possible, but by the end of it, as my dad said, which I'll never forget, he called it a mercy that she died when she did, because she was in so much pain and she was suffering so tremendously that, like, it would have been, like, basically no quality of life at all to keep going for another, 7, 8, 9 months. And so she died did she die this month or last month? Fuck. How do I not know this? It's in the Discord anyway, and it was partly why I took some time away. And so, yeah, last month. Thank you, Cody. And that just goes to show how much of a blur my life has been recently. And yeah, that was, believe it or not, only one of the many fucked up things that kind of happened in the past few months. And so, yeah, it's been a bit tumultuous, but, you know, I guess that's life. And, you know, I've had some really, really great friends and, of course, my family members to have as like a support system. I don't think I could have done it without them, because I was in a pretty bad, hopeless feeling spot, the opposite of good feeling. And just treating myself really poorly because I felt like, I don't know, what's even the point, you know? It's like the meme, no pat thick, why live? But instead actually serious. And so I owe everything to them, essentially. Anything that I do in life, I'll basically have dedicated it to them. When I say them, I mean my friends and family, and you guys, you know who you are. But anyway, we're getting surprisingly deep for a sleepover. I think it's a good time now to start rating out. If anyone has a rec, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just pick at random. And just wanted to say thank you guys for joining me. This kind of avant-garde stream. We spent some of it sleeping, and the rest of it doing this and just kind of chatting. So yeah, a good chat as always, guys. You're wonderful interlocutors. And so hopefully after this, like my my analytics aren't too abysmal. And yes, I wish I could rate Emmy Cherry 4. I hear she's a bit of a nerd. I'm just gonna pick at random, like similar size, and just see who's live. Let's see. OMG Riri looks interesting. Doing a chill Tuesday stream. Alright, bet. The best nerd in Australia, I'll take that. Alright, this is a channel that I've never rated before, I've never seen before, so hopefully we still vibe. Looks like a cute place. And Oh, if you want to raid into someone who's a chill time, then Omega. All right, bet. Guys, I just want you to know that I'm always down for raid recs. It literally makes my life so much easier. So don't ever be shy. Like, if you've got one, and I don't care the size either. Like, someone that's got one viewer or someone that's got like 10,000. O_mega. Playing Marvel Rivals. Very cool. And yeah, I'll probably continue my reading after this. So, unless it's German, that's exactly right. Oh, goodness gracious. Thank you guys so much for joining me. The stream ending slide is going to go up in just a sec. I just want to say I hope you have a wonderful time zone wherever you are. Take care of yourselves, hydrate yourselves, and I'll see you the day after tomorrow at the same time for some more fun, hopefully. So, hugs and kisses, cugs and hisses, and behave, or at the very least, don't get caught. I'll see you very, very soon. Mwah.